Hello. On behalf of Rocket Queen 71, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. If you are struggling with drugs, alcohol, and/or mental illness, please contact someone you trust or contact your local behavioral health center. If the situation requires immediate action, please call 988. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, provides free and confidential emotional support to people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, across the United States. No matter what problems you are facing, whether or not you are thinking about suicide, if you need someone to lean on emotionally, there's no shame in asking for help. You are not weak for asking for help. You're not alone.
issues, and we stay really busy, and so
and nobody goes to bed angry.
Nobody goes to bed angry. We're always up laughing, and
We laugh a lot.
Yeah, and just trying to. I always say we try to outrun it best we can.
When you think of your mental health journey, what comes to mind?
What a question. I think when people hear remember to take care of your mental health, they think that everyone else is, and that's not at all accurate, you know? For me, I'm trying to learn still to make sure that I stay okay, you know what I'm saying? But I just answered like 40 questions in one.
That's great.
It doesn't make you weak to ask for help. It doesn't. It doesn't make you weak to ask for a friend, to go to a therapist. It shouldn't make you feel weak to ask anyone for help. And you should be able to ask anyone for help. And everyone has to help someone if they need it. You know, starting that conversation, you don't have to make it super serious right away. You know, you say, how are you feeling? Like, are you okay? That's what you say, are you okay? Ask somebody. That's what they, you know, and yeah, I'm good. Really? You know, are you actually good? Like, sometimes you don't even have to say anything to someone for them to know they understand. And they don't have to say anything to you. Sometimes it's about a hug. It's about somebody holding you and telling you, not even telling you anything, that's what I'm saying. Holding you. The main thing I'm trying to say is that you should keep your ears open and you should listen. And I'm just dealing with it how I'm dealing with it, and I'm trying my best. Obviously, I am not a trained professional in anything. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. But I have seen it, and I've been it. And even if it's just a little bit more comfort, that can really mean a lot to someone, because you don't know what is going on. Even in that moment, there could be something going on, and it's been like that for me. There have been certain people that have texted me right when I needed to be texted, you know, saying they loved me and that they were thinking about me, and it really means a lot. If you or someone you know is struggling with mental health, you can get more information at seizetheawkward.org.
Well, you've all felt darkness before, right? That's what this song is about. It's your song. It's about something we're not supposed to talk about. We're not supposed to talk about suicide, right? Because it's scary. It's really scary. Everyone here's been touched by it one way or another. We all struggle. We all know what darkness is. And if you are feeling like you need to take your own life, please do not. Please wait. Please talk to somebody. Somebody loves you always. There is someone who will listen. And I love you. No matter what. No matter what you've done. You are not alone.
Hello. On behalf of Rocket Queen 71, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. If you are struggling with drugs, alcohol, and/or mental illness, please contact someone you trust or contact your local behavioral health center. If the situation requires immediate action, please call 988. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, provides free and confidential emotional support to people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, across the United States. No matter what problems you are facing, whether or not you are thinking about suicide, if you need someone to lean on emotionally, there's no shame in asking for help. You are not weak for asking for help. You're not alone.
Hey everybody, this is Rock Queens Everyone coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. How's it going? It's Saturday. I'm better to watch than Saturday morning cartoons. I hope you guys are well. I hope you're staying away from the white noise. I hope you're doing things that you haven't done before in a positive way. You know, here I am in the morning, or should I say almost afternoon, in Rocklahoma. If you guys are struggling with mental illness, like depression, anxiety, panic attacks, maybe symptoms of schizophrenia, schizoaffective, manic depression, or bipolar, or if you're on medication and you're dealing with side effects that you can't handle and whatever, or if you're dealing with the struggles of drugs and alcohol, please reach out to somebody that you know that you can trust and care. Say you need help. You're not weak for asking for help. You can always come in the chat here. I'm approachable, but I will tell you, like I do every stream, I am not a licensed therapist, nor am I a certified drug and alcohol counselor. I don't have that piece of paper, but my schooling was a school of hard knocks. What's your plans for this Saturday? Are you going to go to the movies? You going to take a hike? You going to learn a new recipe? Are you going to, since it's the first day of fall, are you going to have your first cup of pumpkin spice coffee? Or brownies, or, you know, like muffins or whatever? What's your plans for today? Or are you going to help somebody? This world is losing its humanity every minute of the day. Be the light of the world. Don't be the darkness. Darkness doesn't get you anywhere. You just get lost. That's why I'm trying to create the Queen's Light Brigade. I have something special that I'm making, and it's taking some time. And I want to show it off by hopefully the middle of the week, or maybe on Friday. You know what? I have been up all night because of my pain issues. You know what? I was working on something with AI, and my husband came in to give me my medication, which was 2 Midol and 1 cyclobenzaprine for my back, and I jumped up, and it just jarred my back. I should have never done that, but I never freaking learn. But that's okay. You know. There's just a lot of stuff in the world that's going on, and excuse me. I see a lot on the news or what's in front of me. And first of all, wait a minute. I don't know if you guys heard this or not, But my husband brought it to my attention last night that a whole house in West Milford, New Jersey. I'm from Jersey, guys. Okay, and there's a story with the West Milford. A whole house blew up in West Milford, New Jersey. 5 people were in that house. They were airlifted, probably to Shelton Memorial Hospital because that's the nearest hospital. But there was supposed to be 6 people in that house. And from what I understand is last month they sold the house. There was a dumpster in front of the house. Maybe they wanted to demolish the whole house or whatever. Who knows? But I was kind of shocked. I mean, I was like, oh my God. I have friends that live in that area. The band and my friends and whoever else, we used to go to West Milford a lot of times in the summer. And there's a place called Lake Henry. Good times. Good times. And so we had to park our cars pretty much in, where we could park them. And we had to, and this is no joke, we had to hike 5 miles to Lake Henry. Okay? And so we went there, and Lake Henry is pretty much a real cold spring. And so we used to party, do whatever. And we used to jump off these cliffs that were like about 40, 50 feet high. And we had to jump out so we wouldn't hit the rocks below. Well, there was a couple of times, like my friend, not Joe. Well, there was a couple of them. David and, why can't I think of his name? Isn't that stupid? Well, anyway, this guy actually, like, pretty much walked, like he was walking the plank. He walked right off, and he almost broke his, both legs and stuff because of the rocks below. But that Lake Henry was cold, but felt so good after hiking 5 miles. And of course, when you're all smashed and all that stuff, you're not going to find your way back and stuff. And sometimes we used to just camp out there for a night and stuff and just sleep it off or whatever. But also, they used to have, like, these towers. Like, and they were made out of stone. And a friend of mine told me that those watchtowers were for World War II or something. And stuff like that. We couldn't get up there or whatever, but they were watchtowers and stuff. And I actually got into an accident in West Milford on Otter Hole Road. And the price of, getting high, I swear. This happened in 1993. And so I thought I was taking a shortcut. Well, I made a mistake and stuff. I went on this Otter Hole Road, and I was high as, all right. And, because I was going to pick up a couple friends and we were going to just hang out, whatever. All right, so I had a Hyundai, okay? A brand new Hyundai. I know it was a Korean car. I know it was a crap car, but it was cheap, okay? And I went to change or turn up the volume a little bit, and I veered, and this is how fast I was going. I veered off the road and then slingshot. And I smashed into this wall, and here I was so, and I swear, my face, say this was the windshield, my face was up to like here. And I was holding on like this. I don't think I had my seatbelt on either. I don't know how I survived. But, so here I'm trying, back up and all that, and I couldn't. So, of course, the people came, and I almost ran into this minivan and stuff. It probably had just like a little scratch in it. So the family called the West Milford police and stuff. And the West Milford police came by, and I tried to get out, right? And I got out, and I sat in the back seat. The officer said, "Sit in the back seat." He opened up the door. Sit in the back seat. Okay. And so they call the ambulance on me. So they got the ambulance. So here's the cops. They're searching for stuff. And underneath the seat was the little vial, like that big. A little brown vial. And it's full of Coke. And I said, well, that likely story, right? Every cop hears this. Well, that's not mine. That's my boyfriend. That's not mine. That's, Well, they're like, look what we found. Like, So, well, I said, that's not mine. That's my boyfriend's and stuff. That's not mine. I didn't even know that was down there. So they shipped me off to Shelton Memorial and stuff, and they took a blood test on me because I didn't drink and stuff. They knew I was on something. They checked me out and whatever. So here I am laying on the stretcher at Shelton Memorial Hospital. The officer comes in and says, "You're under arrest." I said, "What? For what?" "Well, for a DUI." I said, "But that's not my." I said that was my stuff and stuff. They're like, no. They got back the test results, and you're positive for drugs. Right? So I said, well, I'm going to fight this. I'm going to go. So here I am. I'm like, and my car. I said, well, where's my car? Well, it's impounded in this junkyard somewhere on Malvin Road. I said, oh, okay. So I called my boyfriend and stuff, and he came and got me and stuff. And he's like, what the hell? And I told him the whole thing, whatever. Thank God that minivan just had a scratch and stuff. I said, I'm so sorry. He said, don't worry, I'm not going to report it to insurance or anything. It's not worth it, right? So I said, I want to see my car. So we go up to Malpin Road. We saw the auto wreckers and stuff. Nobody was there and stuff. It was closed. And so we parked in the driveway and we walked up. And I saw my car. Now, when I saw my car, I only saw the back of it. Right? And I was like, oh, that's, you know. And so we went around and the whole passenger side was ripped, like torn. And the back wheel, the right back wheel was like tilted a little bit, like just like broke or what bent and stuff. So at that time, we didn't have any cell phones or anything. I said, I wish I could take a picture of this. And I was sick. I mean, I was like, this is, oh my God. All right, so I told my boyfriend and stuff, I said, I'm going to fight this. Right? And that's what I did. And so I did all this research and all that stuff. I got the discovery from the police station. They gave it to me. And they actually sent the vial to the state police barracks. Down, it's Ocean County or something like that. And so, I had court, and this wasn't the first time I was in a courtroom and stuff. So, my boyfriend dropped me off. This was weeks back, later. And he said, I'll be waiting for you and stuff. He says, I don't want to go in there because, you had a warrant. And all that. All right. So he says, I'll wait for you and stuff, and good luck on, whatever. So I talked to the prosecutor. I said, that wasn't mine. And I said, I actually picked my car up at my boyfriend's house. And I said, I didn't know that was there. And I said, at that time, we got into and we were in an argument at that time. And I just talked to him and stuff. So the judge, so I went in front of the judge. I said, I plead not guilty. And all that. So he's like, well, no, you have to get a public defender, blah, 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 blah. So I got a public defender from Oak Ridge and all that. And I told him my story and everything else and stuff, and this was like weeks later. I went in front of the judge again, and he dropped the charge. I was charged with careless driving, DUI, and DUI and careless driving. They wiped out the whole thing. They dismissed the whole thing. And I didn't even need my lawyer. Because my lawyer was like, no, don't talk to the prosecutor and stuff. I said, I already did. So with the years of addiction I had under my belt, I didn't get any DUI. I mean, I did, but it was dismissed. You know that. And I don't think hardly anybody gets that done. But I did. But I have a lot of fun memories with West Milford, and except for that one incident, and all that, and I was just in shock. And I really wanted to go on Facebook. I deleted my Facebook about a year and a half ago, whatever. And I wanted to just, because I told everybody I'm going off Facebook. I don't. They probably thought I probably died, or I'm just poof gone. And then I wanted to go back on Facebook and talk to a few people that live up there or know of what's going on, whatever. And I went where my husband was in the bedroom, and don't get any dirty thoughts in your minds, guys. It wasn't like that. And I said, I feel like going on Facebook again. And we were just laying in the bed, and he said, I have something to show you, and get your mind out of the gutter. It's not that way. So he showed me something on Facebook that his friend showed him. And it's about a 23-year-old pretty much skank with a 52-year-old man, and she was in the newspaper in Paducah, Kentucky. I never heard of the place and stuff, but there's a lot of hicks there. I know that. So anyway, so he showed me this, and the girl says, "Oh, Sasquatch, Bigfoot got me pregnant." And then I was like, "Go, are you serious?" So I went on this long rant. It got my thoughts of contacting people on Facebook. My husband was laughing like hell. He's like, "Wow, you're really into this." And I said, "Oh, this girl has daddy issues." And what the whole story was this 52-year-old man says he's sterile, but he had a beer in his hand. This picture, he had a beer in his hand, beer gut, scruffy, whatever. And he says he's sterile. I said, yeah, he probably has drunk dick. Excuse the language, but just saying. Okay? Or a lot of guys say that, okay, and they're not. All right? So, and then this girl, she has like, red hair, and she's like, I swear they're meth heads too. Because why would a 52-year-old man marry a 23-year-old girl? They have nothing in common except for what? Drinking and partying and meth or whatever. But she was saying, well, I went on a camping trip without my husband with friends. Now, what do you think happened? And this 52-year-old man, he must have wet brain or something. Wet brain is when you're really deep into alcoholism and it's like you're lobotomized by the alcohol. You're like, ugh! Okay. And everybody was commenting on this Facebook post. But it kept me going. And I was thinking, well, because you know how like everybody takes pictures of Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever. Don't you think if that was really the case, people would have their cell phones out like, oh my God, look, Bigfoot's screwing so-and-so. Right? Everybody takes out their cell phone for everything. You know? There was a guy I saw on the news just a couple of hours ago where a guy in an airport was just walking down the sidewalk inside the airport naked, stark naked, and the guy actually took a cell phone video of it. So anyway, I'm sorry for going off on a tangent with that, but yeah. People have lost their common sense. I can go on and on and on about what I saw last night on the news. And it's very disturbing to me. It was about kids and all that. And I don't want to show you, and I don't want to really think about it. People have lost their freaking minds. And some are on drugs. You know that. Either on meth or whatever they're on. You know. Or they're just deranged because they're all their life is they're on Twitter, you know, YouTube, you know. Spiritual battle, guys. A spiritual battle. What side are you on? Are you going to be... Hi, ignorant! I find the news in general makes people lose common sense. Every news show is telling a different reality, just depends on what you get sucked into. Yeah, it's not just, you know, like MSNBC, CNN, whatever. Fox does their thing too. You can't trust any of them. It's all about opinions. It's not objective like years ago when Walter Cronkite, the most trusted newsman in America, and that's the way it is. It's all based on opinions now. Everything's so biased. And, you know, like, and people get sucked into, you know, like, say the news stories on Twitter, on Facebook. They don't do their research. You know? There's actually a song that just came out, and we're not playing it, though. They're one of my favorite groups way back when, and they're called Prong. Oh, excuse me. And Ignorant Pest says, yep, I find that with every article I come across, I have to look at the actual law or court document or primary source or video. You know, but you have to watch out for the videos too because they could be deep fakes or whatever. It's so frustrating because news should give you these facts and let you form your own opinion. That's like back in the, you know, back in the, when TV started, they gave you the facts. Pretty much. And just actually, John F. Kennedy. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to show you something. These legacy news groups now own everything. Own all the media sites, the news sites, and so does big tech. I'll show you something real quick. Speech. Hold on. About news. Transparency or something like that. I don't know if this is it or not. Hold on. See, I like talking about this stuff too. And I like going with facts. I just don't throw things out there. I base it on facts, and I show you guys facts. But this... Hold on. Let me get to the main screen here. Rock it, baby. All right, now, I think this is it. I think. Hold on. Let me see if...
From Washington, D.C., CBS News presents an address
We
by
won't watch
John
the
F.
whole
Kennedy,
thing, but I
President of
want-
the United States.
I want
the
to tell you
President will speak
guys.
to members of the American Society of Newspaper Editors who are holding their 39th annual convention at the Statler Hilton Hotel. Originally, the chief executive was to have lunched with the editors, but early today he changed his plans, presumably because of the international situation and because he wanted more time to devote to his address. The President met with his cabinet during the morning. The session had been scheduled some time ago, but it's understood that the Cuban situation was discussed. Mr. Kennedy's address this afternoon is expected to deal with both the Cuban and the Laotian situations. The arrangement suggests a speech of major importance. Introducing the President will be Turner Catledge, managing editor of...
To discuss briefly at this time the recent events in Cuba. Forces of this country would not intervene in any way. Any unilateral American intervention in the absence of an external attack upon our streets of Budapest, that communist tanks. Secondly, it is clear that this nation, in concert with all the free nations of this hemisphere, must take an ever closer and more realistic look at the menace of external communist intervention and domination in Cuba. The American people are not complacent about Iron Curtain tanks and planes less than 90 miles from their shore. But a nation of Cuba's size is less a threat to our survival than it is a base for subverting the survival.
Wait, I don't think this is it. There's... Hold on.
The nuclear armaments are there, but they serve primarily as the shield behind which subversion, infiltration, and a host of other tactics steadily advanced, picking off
ignorant pests. Oh. Ignorant Pest says the news has been cutting up video for so long as well. They cut long speeches into 5 seconds of weakness from any president. Then it's peddled as a way to discredit any president as too old. It's all a popularity and counter popularity nowadays, and it's very frustrating that it works. But I suppose that's what you get when people aren't politically interested or educated. All right, I have something with that. Yes, a lot of news organizations do that. Just, they don't do the whole video. They just, cut it down. Okay? Like I all right, hold on. We're supposed to do AI art. No. All right, so even though you see what they're presenting to you, or you see it from other organizations, they'll say, nah, your eyes are deceiving you. What they're telling you is wrong. It's false. And all that. But when you can plainly see, okay, you can plainly see, like, President Joe Biden is not there. He has dementia. There's all the signs of it. Okay? He's not, he is old, but he has dementia. And now, even CNN, MSNBC, ABC, whatever, the New York Times, the Washington Post and stuff, they're saying, he's gone. But oh no, nothing to see here. You're not really seeing what you're seeing. And when you say about when people aren't politically interested or educated, the liberal agenda is they don't want you to know. That's why they're legalizing marijuana. That's why they're legalizing psilocybin. In Oregon, they legalize small amounts of cocaine, speed, crack, heroin, coke, little powder. They want you to be confused in a fog where you just and just watch YouTube all day and just go on your video games and just whatever you do. Because that's how they control you. That's how they're controlling a moralistic society. They're demoralizing people in this country and in this world by legalizing drugs and everything else. And these millennials don't give a shit. Because they think they have something to be owed. Okay? Why? They're probably going to do it. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile and they'll legalize everything. Do you see what's going on with the new drug they have now? Trank? Especially in Philadelphia and Kensington. And even Portland and San Francisco. All these are Democratic cities, by the way. They look like zombies. Zombies from the Night of the Living Dead. And thank God, but for the grace of God go I. I'm not a part of that life anymore. What this government's doing is pretty much regulating homelessness. We haven't seen this much of a homeless problem in and Trump, he has this grandiose idea like we're gonna, fix the homeless problem, we're gonna fix the mental illness problem, we're gonna fix the addict problem, whatever. No, he's not. He's not even gonna cut a dent in it, especially when all these creeps, these are crossing the border. They're not just only crossing the border on the south, now they're coming from the north. Ignorant Pet says it's actually really interesting because I've been on both sides and decided neither are for me, but both sides think the same exact thing about each other. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. Like absolutely identical convicted beliefs. I don't even know how this mirror has occurred. It started years ago. Years ago. Actually, they had this whole thing planned. I should be doing. I tell people on the stream, and I tell my husband, I said that's why I want to create Rockets blast offs and go on this rant and just and all that stuff. There's actually a 1954 document. Hold on. That, by the way, that's not the speech I thought it was. President Kennedy made a speech about the news and how the American people should know the truth about what's going on in government, the transparency and all that. But there's a document, I forget what this document, see, wait, 1954, 1964, 1954, I had to look at my friend's, hold on. I love streams that are not scripted. I'm usually unscripted anyway. Whatever, we talk about. But there's a document. There's even an interview with a Russian spy or Russian former KGB agent that talked to a reporter in Toronto about how to, pretty much, destruct a nation. Like, all right, let's get focused here. We're going to talk about this first. Former KGB. And this happened, yeah, here we go. Yeah. This is it. We're not going to watch this whole. How many minutes is this? This is short. How long is it? Oh, this. All right. So this was an. All right. We're gonna. All right. You know what? We're gonna do this. Thanks, Pest. So this guy now. I used to play COD a lot. Okay. And I used to play Battlefield too. I hate when I do this. Sorry for the echo. I used to play COD a lot. And then I got rid of COD and I played Battlefield. I am the queen of Battlefield. Don't you forget it. Well, anyway, so I switched to COD again after the Battlefield 5 fiasco, and Cold War was coming out, and their trailer was "Know Your History" and all that. And then then this trailer with Cold War had this guy in it. And like that looks like it's a real interview. Like real. So I looked it up. I don't know where all my notes are. But I wrote all these notes and I said, "Oh my God." Right? I was like, my mind was blown. All right? So this is an actual video from 1984. Okay? Just sit back, relax. If you want me to stop and comment on what he says, you can. We can discuss it. But what he's saying in this interview that you're about to hear, everything is true. Everything has happened. Everything. Just about. Okay? So, we're going to... Alright. I know it's a little grainy and stuff, but... Oh, maybe there's a better... Hold on. We don't want that. I know it's a little grainy, so... But believe me, your mind's going to be blown. And I'm getting this from NPATOU. NPATOU, or 2. And this is KGB defector Yuri Brezhnev, 1985 interview explains KGB manipulation of U.S. public opinion. And that's what they're doing on Twitter with, all this big tech. Look what's going on with Russell Brand. Look what they did with Alex Jones. if if you don't if you don't have the same values or views as big tech, they don't want you around. They'll shut you down. They don't care about free speech. They don't care about the First Amendment. They want to get rid of that Constitution. All right, let's look at this. Oh, zip. You can tell I'm passionate about this stuff. You know?
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes...
Social media, YouTube, the internet, Facebook, radio, Operation Mockingbird, we can fall into that and stuff. Look what's going on now. Ideology, right? Like, and I'm going to say this first, okay? My nephew-in-law is transgendered. Okay? I know him as JJ, but everybody knows him as Jennifer in the past. But I know him as JJ, okay? But look what's happening with the ideology of transgenderism. Gender affirming care. Basically mutilating these kids' bodies and stuff. Now, when I was growing up, we heard about sex changes maybe every once in a while on the news or on 60 Minutes or 2020 or what, whatever. But now it's a constant. Why are all these kids and some adults all of a sudden, oh, I think I'm a boy when they're 3 years old? Something's not right with that. It's like, I'm going to tell you, it's like that Jewel. Is that her name? Jewel? the Jazz. That's her name. Jazz. Okay? She has a reality show, and, about her transitioning from a boy to a girl and stuff like that. Okay? Now she's having a lot of problems. I'm surprised she didn't hurt herself. Delete herself. Commit suicide, okay? That Jazz and all these other people are messed up. But what I'm trying to say is, let's say if I have cats, right? And instead of me giving them canned food, I'll give them vegetables and stuff. So, oh, look, my cat's a vegetarian. Really? But if you put a thing of wet food on there, he's still gonna eat that wet food. I actually think that he's right, but it's taken a lot more effective approach by dividing people rather than messing with base ideologies. I also think the news is actually making transgenderism more popular, which it's not just the news, it's YouTube, TikTok, Twitter. These kids grew up on the internet. I never did. Even though some people my age, transition. All right, all right. I also think that the news is actually. Sorry, just moved up. I also think the news is actually making transgenderism more popular, which makes children confused. It's become a primary talking point, and therefore must I'm sorry, I need my glasses. And therefore more prevalent and overblown. A sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm gonna tell you about my nephew-in-law. He's a good kid. Very loving. He has a heart of gold. And like I said, I know him as JJ. Everybody knew him as Jennifer. When he was growing up, okay, because I asked him, I said, how old were you when you felt like you were transgendered? And he said 3 or 4. And I'm thinking 3 or 4? Well, I didn't say it like that, but right? If you talk to most transgenders, they'll say, oh, about 3, 4, 5, and all that, okay? And then he says, well, I like to play basketball and play baseball and, do boyish things. Now, I'm going to tell you something. When I was growing up, and I still am a tomboy, okay? I like to get my hands dirty. I'm not afraid to break a nail. Well, I don't even have nails anyway. Okay? I used to play boys baseball. But I never said, oh, Mom, Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, I think I'm a boy. Because at that time, I didn't have the internet. We didn't have the internet. And the news wasn't 24/7. All right, so my nephew-in-law, my sister-in-law was a drug addict, along with her, her husband, right? And her husband now is a born-again Christian. From what I know, what my husband told me about his father, he was like Charles Manson, okay? He did real sick and twisted stuff. He actually lifted JJ up from his neck, like how the Undertaker does, and then he would do stuff with kittens and real sick stuff. But today, when I met him about 2 years ago at my mother-in-law's wake, he was funny. He was personable. He was, real sincere. He was just, and you would have never known he was that way. So what I'm trying to say is, JJ grew up in a bad household, okay? In a very dysfunctional environment. Most of these people, right, come from a dysfunctional family. And that's another thing, too. Nowadays, a lot of families are broken apart. The family has been broken down, and they're pushing away God. So, with all this stuff going on in my nephew-in-law's past, okay, probably because the way I'm thinking is, well, he wanted to be somebody else. Like, if I was somebody else, I would get more love. I would be more accepting. And stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And now, he had the top surgery done like 3 years ago before my mother-in-law passed away. And he even showed my mother-in-law, who was 94 when she died, he gave her books to read up on transgenderism. I asked him, I said, how long were you in therapy for? It's about 2 years. 2 years? Or maybe not even that. The head of, I wish I was more prepared for this. But the protocols are being shortened and changed every year when it comes to transgenderism. And this doctor, her name is Dr. Marcy. Oh. And she's also transgendered, okay? And she has an office in Colorado Springs or something. Marcy, shoot. And actually, she was on 60 Minutes years and years ago. Yeah, this is it. This is her. That's her. That's her. That's okay. She's the lead. Yeah, see, my career in gender affirming, we're not watching it. But yeah, she's transgendered herself. And she was, her mentor was the first doctor to perform transgender surgeries. And I forget his name, but we're not. But Wait, hold on. There's a wait, she's an actress. What? I forget what the organization is called that she runs. Hold on. Wait, I don't know if hold on. I'm trying to. I'll. Is it head? Yeah, that's it. So this doctor, so-called doctor, is the president of the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. Calls puberty blockers beneficial despite previous warning about the potential to cause sexual dysfunction. You know what? When was that article? That was July of 23, and this one came out when? July 24th. But see, I'm going to tell you this. This is big money for the doctors. Because some of these kids that transitioned spoke ahead they spoke ahead of the whole Senate committee. And a lot of these kids either kill themselves, commit suicide. They still have mental problems. And my nephew-in-law, okay, now he has schizophrenia. And now he smokes pot. And he goes through panic attacks. He has anxiety and all that stuff. So he's so screwed up. To be fair, transgenderism on the internet has only been a recent thing. I asked your nephew when they asked to be referred to as female, like they knew at 3. But they may only have figured it out at 2. Exactly! And you know what? I'm going to tell you something, too. Okay? And you know what? Ignorant pest, you're not an ignorant pest. I love conversations like this. We have to have a dialogue about this without being disrespectful. Have an open mind. Excuse me. Have an open mind. You know? And I tried, and I love my nephew-in-law. I love JJ. Okay? I really do. And I feel sorry for the kid. When you brought that up, well, maybe he thought about when he was 20. Yeah, because he said he was playing basketball and doing, boyish things, like tomboyish things, right? Like I was doing. Right? Well, before all this happened, he was in a relationship with a girl. And her name, excuse me. I have to get Java Monster. And her name was Amanda. And actually, this Amanda lived with these people, lived with my family and stuff. And they did have a relationship. And then she went on to another girl, I think with 2 kids or something. I don't know the whole story with that. And then, but a few years ago, this her first love, her first girlfriend, died. She drank so much, her whole stomach just blew out. I mean, blew out and whatever. And my husband knew her too, because she lived with them. So anyway, but it's like peeling an onion, right? You have to look at peel back every layer. You know, but nowadays, I mean, you see these news stories like on CBS Morning, or there was a show on This Is America by I can't. She was on The View. She's a Chinese girl or Korean. Lisa Ling. This Is America with Lisa Ling, and this is back in 2017. And she showcased where these little kids said, "Mommy, Daddy, well, yeah, I'm a girl or I'm a boy." And the parents and stuff are like, "Well, that's what you are. We're going to change you." All right, think of this. I know when I was little, I couldn't smoke cigarettes. I couldn't go out at night. I'm talking about when I was little, all right? Right? I had to respect my elders. I couldn't drink alcohol. I couldn't, right? I couldn't drive a car. I couldn't shoot a gun. Right? And stuff. But nowadays, hey, if your kid tells you, "Hey, I'm a boy," sure, honey, we'll give you whatever you want. And they do it, and that's sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't. Listen, if I could change things, you know what I mean? So I guess you didn't hear what I said, but what I'm saying is, I can drive a car, I can smoke cigarettes, I can, drink alcohol, but now these parents are like, "Oh, you think you're a boy, honey? Okay." What the heck is wrong with these parents? The parents are just as brainwashed as these kids are. And with these parents and stuff, I know a friend of mine back in Jersey and stuff. She had a baby girl, okay? She got this iPad from Facebook Marketplace. It was used, iPad. And to make her little baby occupied, she would shove that iPad in her face all the time. Well, and then when the video went off or whatever, she would be crying, carrying on, whatever. So that thing, that iPad, was a babysitter. When I used to do drugs, when I had people over, I used to put in, like Beauty and the Beast or Aladdin or whatever and stuff, so we could do what we were doing. Because that was the babysitter. And some of these kids, like Jazz's parents, especially her mother, probably wanted a girl and stuff in the first place. Ignorant Pest says, "Yeah, I think it needs to be approached from a middle ground." There's no middle ground. I mean, well, there is. If you do your homework on psychologists and stuff like that, most of these and there's therapists that are transgendered, and I want to really know if my nephew-in-law's therapist was transgendered, because of course, if you go to a transgender therapist, or you probably don't, or maybe you don't know, or they'll specialize in transgenderism or whatever, they'll say, yeah, see, if you feel like that, yes, you are a girl. Oh, you feel like that? Yes, you are a boy. You know? And it's all feeding into their agenda. These and there's actually a guy, or I'm sorry, a girl, well, a woman called Buck Angel. You can't slam it down their heads and support or neglect. Parents should ask them why they think that and figure out if it's frivolous and help them understand it's frivolous. Yeah. But there's cartoons now that are so woke. There's books out now. There's drag queen story hour and stuff. It's all agenda, and I'm gonna tell you something. There's some transgenders or even people in the LGBTQ whatever alphabet community that say they shouldn't go through this. Kids shouldn't go to drag queen story hour. They shouldn't have puberty blockers and stuff. So there are people in that lifestyle that say, no, don't do this to these kids. Because it's perversion too. I mean, if you rebuke a child or support them in excitement, it paints the experience. They need to figure out if it's genuine with a psychiatric method. You discuss it and make them realize it's not for them. If it is, well, then let them make the mistake and learn from it, or succeed in life and be happier for it. Yeah, when they turn 18. You know? Well, I had to. Am I hot? Am I red? There's books in kinder now, and also in these schools, in like California. That's why most of these kids need to be homeschooled. To tell you the truth, because they're pushing that ideology on them. They'll have like the pride flag or the transgendered flag, and they'll say, well, if you want to be called a different pronoun, you can tell me, and I won't tell your parents. Or there's been cases, and I can show you guys where a woman, her child was taken away from her, okay, because it was child abuse that she didn't accept or make them get gender affirming care, or call them by the pronouns. It's all perversion. That's when that guy said, it's all about ideology. It's all about the brainwashing. most of these transgender want to be whole. And when they do this, they still feel the same way. It's still them. Just like, all right, I'm going to give you an example. All right, I'm a recovering crack and heroin addict since 2004, alcohol since 2011, right? Okay. I'm from Jersey, right? I met my husband on Xbox, and he's actually my first sober relationship. So I really pushed him away a lot, but guess who won? He did. I'm here in Rocklahoma, right? So I move here. Guess what? I still have the same problem. Well, not the same problems because I'm still in recovery, whatever. But like, say, depression, I still have to deal with me. I can't leave me. I can't, just like put parts of me back in Jersey and then just, right? I'm still me. Just because I have a changed environment doesn't mean that I'm any different. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I have more with my pain issues I'm talking about. Like my pain issues with my back and my anxiety. And I still go through depression. You know? Just like I did in Jersey. You know, and most of these people regret it. And that's why they and I'm going to say this to you guys, if you're being triggered about what I'm saying and a lot, please say something in the chat and stuff. We could talk about it and whatever. We'll be respectful and not judgmental and whatever. And if you have thoughts about hurting yourself or something like that, please dial 988 or talk to somebody that you can trust and all that. This stream is about everything. It's not just about AI. It's not, we can talk about anything. Yeah, Ignorant Pet says, yeah, I actually think that's where trans get it wrong. Ultimately, the gender doesn't matter. You're still you. Why does your gender matter? But then I suppose, how do you grasp that? Well, there's something in. Well, there is a diagnosis of body dysmorphia. That is an actual diagnosis. Okay. So it's a fine line, and I did talk to you about this guy. Hold on. Hold on. All right. So right, we're not gonna. All right, so his name is Buck Angel. He's a transsexual and he's a human rights advocate. And when I'm gonna say this. A few months ago, there was an incident in Nashville with a transgender shooter that killed 7 Christians. Okay? They weren't just people, they were Christians. Okay? And they're not releasing the manifesto of this transgender shooter, okay? Which they're hiding something, okay? But he, and I'm going to call him he, as he will tell you on his podcast, and I don't know which podcast it was. I would have to find it, but he actually said when this shooting happened, he says there's the LGBTA community, right? And there's these advocates. They say they're advocates. They're advocates of the LGBT community, but they're militant. So there's two. Just like with Islam, there's good Islam. There's the extremism, right? Right? Okay? And he says these militant, these activists, the social justice warriors are militant. And they're taking over these companies too, by the way, these corporations, because they buy stock into these companies. Okay? We could go. There is a diagnosis, but would it exist if male versus female wasn't a social contention point? It would be no different than normal people and ADHD people. Well, ever since the time, the days of the beginning of psychiatry, look what they did with these these mentally ill patients, right? Way back in the 1800s, 1700s, they just locked them away. I don't, I can't. There's always gonna, there's a song by Prong called Division, Divide and Conquer. There's always gonna be division, whether it be good or evil, right? Male, female, Democrat, Republican, God, Satan, there's always going to be the division and stuff. But most of these medications that they put you on, it's all about the money. That's all I'm going to say. It's all about the money. Yeah. but there is a group, and hold on, there is a group for and they have them in every state, and it's about an actual dialogue between Democrat and Republicans. Wait, CBS. Wait, Sunday. Wait, CBS. And I think it's good to have dialogue. But, if you want me to respect you, you have to respect me back. You can't just push things just because, you don't agree with me? Well, fuck you. You know what I mean? They're like, they demand to be respected. They demand for you to have tolerance towards them. Wait, hold on. I'm going to show you this too, actually. Maybe. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm burping a lot. And actually, CBS this morning, CBS is liberal. But I just want to. I just want to show you videos. It's from a couple of weeks ago, I think. I don't want to see Oprah's face. What? 2 weeks ago. I'll find it. I think it's around here. All right. Oh, where is it? Two months ago? No, that can't be 2 months ago. Wait. Republicans. Oh, I do that. No, what the heck? I need a new keyboard. What? No. I can't. They have a group that's. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Well, that's 7. Hold on, I have to cough. Ignorant Pat says most of the social issues nowadays are pretty polarizing. An example for trans would be ban all trans surgeries and medication, unrestrict all trans surgeries and medication, make it easier. The actual answer is you make a very precise checklist for doctors. Yeah, but sometimes these doctors, there's a girl. She was like 15. She was on Fox, and she actually talked. She told her story in front of the Senate committee about her parent. She says, "Oh, I think I'm transgender." To her parents, the parents sent her to a doctor, and the doctor says, "Well, would you rather have a a dead daughter or a living boy. Seriously. It's all about the money. Well, wait. You're putting me to work, buddy. I like it though. Because believe me, with this stream, I back up the facts. I forget her name. My detransitioned. Oop. I think she was on. I need a new keyboard. Because the letters are all. That's not the girl, though. This is the girl right here. This is. Oh, maybe it is her. What's her name? Chloe Cole. Wait, what's her name? Oh, yeah. See, this is the same one. See? All right, so we're gonna listen to this. Yeah, see, you could be my fact checker. Yeah. Let's listen to her for just for a couple minutes. She is courageous and stuff, and a lot of these kids are now. I think, it's like, to me, I did a lot of stupid things when I grew up, and even up till 2004, okay? Because of the drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. All right, we all do stupid mistakes. But live and learn, right? Live and learn. And all that. But with me, it's different from her. You know what I mean? But I can relate to her when it comes to, feelings and all that.
Cole, you're next, and you can begin.
Good morning. My name is Chloe Cole, and I'm a detransitioner. Another way to put that would be, I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body, and the adults in my life whom I trusted affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong, irreversible harm. I speak to you today as a victim of one of the biggest medical scandals in the history of the United States of America. I speak to you in the hope that you will have the courage to bring the scandal to an end and ensure that other vulnerable teenagers, children, and young adults don't go through what I went through. At the age of 12, I began to experience what my medical team would later diagnose as gender dysphoria. I was well into an early puberty, and I was very uncomfortable with the changes that were happening to my body.
I'm going to stop there for a minute. I hate when I do that. I'm going to stop there for a minute. When we grow up, we always, I know for me, I was uncomfortable. Okay? But I didn't think I was the opposite sex. You know what? I got and most of these stories happen when they're just before puberty, right? These feelings like, oh, something's wrong. Oh, I like that boy more, or I like, right? your hormones are going all over the place, your emotions are up and down and sideways, going all over the place, right? You know, like a ping pong ball, right, in your head, like, right? And we all go through it. Yes, she is, and she's courageous. And I hope that doctor loses his medical license. I really do.
I was intimidated by male attention. And when I told my parents that I felt like a boy, in retrospect, all I meant was that I hated puberty, that I wanted this newfound sexual attention to go away, that I looked up to my brothers a little bit more than I did to my sisters. I came out as transgender in a letter I sent on the dining room table. My parents were immediately concerned. They felt like they needed to get outside help from medical professionals, but this proved to be a mistake. It immediately set our entire family down a path of ideologically motivated deceit and coercion. The gender specialist I was taken to see told my parents that I needed to be put on puberty-blocking drugs right away. They asked my parents a simple question: would you rather have a dead daughter or a living transgender son?
I said that, right? I said that about her. They played on the parents' emotions, but hindsight is 20/20, okay? And I'm not, but if my kid came to me and said, "Well, I think I'm a boy or whatever," I would take him to the counselor and all this stuff and the doctor. But they said, "Well, we have to put him on puberty blockers and stuff." No. Why? I would go for a second opinion or a third one if I had to. But now, there's state laws like with California. I think there's certain laws out there now that that the kid, if they feel like they're transgendered, they can have the surgeries or the puberty blockers or medication without a parent's consent. When I had to go on birth control pills, and well, all right, maybe I'm saying too much, but I hate when I do this. I'm sorry about the echo and all that. I've been doing this for a few years. I should get it down packed. And sometimes I think I clicked on mute or whatever and then just whatever. But when I was growing up, my mom had to sign a permission slip for sex ed at, like, say, 6th grade. Okay? My mom had to sign permission slips for a field trip. Parents have no control now. And you see that with kids that are bullied, too. You know? The school boards don't do anything.
Choice was enough for my parents to let their guard down, and in retrospect, I can't blame them. This was the moment that we all became victims of so-called gender-affirming care. I was fast-tracked onto puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. It's caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed.
Ignorant Pet says it actually appears that you still need consent. There are, well, there is, however, a weird law in Washington where if a minor is married to an adult, then they don't need parents' consent. What do you mean a minor? Like a 15-year-old? I will do more research on the laws, it's just demonic, okay? The whole thing is demonic, and I feel sorry for her. And I'm going to tell you something. When she was saying that she was getting, like, my nephew-in-law was getting back pains and stuff, it was probably from the puberty blockers, right? And she said, oh, it's because of, and she had to bind her, there's these binders and stuff where, you look like, you have no breast, right? And they are tight. They're like corsets. I mean, I think Victorian corsets were more comfortable than what these kids are wearing. You know what I mean? But in New Jersey, they want to teach kids as little as kindergartners about their sexuality and all that and their gender. In New Jersey.
I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said. After surgery, my grades in school plummeted. Everything that I went through did nothing to address my underlying mental health issues that I had. And my doctors, with their theories on gender, thought that all my problems would go away as soon as I was surgically transformed into something that vaguely resembled a boy. Their theories were wrong. The drugs and surgeries changed my body, but they did not and could not change the basic reality that I am and forever will be a female. When my specialist first told my parents that they could have a dead daughter or a live transgender son, I wasn't suicidal. I was a happy child who struggled because she was different. However, at 16, after my surgery, I did become suicidal. I'm doing better now. But my parents almost got the dead daughter promised to them by my doctors. My doctors had almost created the very nightmare they said they were trying to avoid. So what message do I want to bring to American teenagers and their families? I didn't need to be lied to. I needed compassion. I needed to be loved. I needed to be given therapy to help me work through my issues, not affirm to my delusion that by transforming into a boy, it would solve all my problems. We need to stop telling 12-year-olds that they were born wrong, that they are right to reject their own bodies and feel uncomfortable with their own skin. We need to stop telling children that puberty is an option, that they can choose what kind of puberty they will go through, just so they can choose what clothes to wear, or what music to listen to. Puberty is a rite of passage to adulthood, not a disease to be mitigated. Today, I should be at home with my family celebrating my 19th birthday, and instead I'm making a desperate plea to my elected representatives. Learn the lessons from other medical scandals like the opioid crisis, to recognize that doctors are human too, and sometimes they are wrong. My childhood was ruined along with thousands of detransitioners that I know through our networks. This needs to stop. You alone can stop it. Enough children have already been victimized by this barbaric pseudoscience. Please let me be your final warning. Thank you.
Lopez, Ms. Gaines.
Being here.
Good morning.
I want to look. I actually want to look. I think Gavin Newsom from. Hold on. Let me. I'm trying to think what bill it was, or what. I'll just put this. I know it's not called that, but it's something with consent or something. Oh, here we go. Here. September 29th, 2022. Governor Newsom signs bill protecting transgender youths and families fleeing from red state policies. Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill that will protect transgender youths fleeing laws in red states that ban transgender affirming care. Again, heralding California as a refuge from discriminatory policies in conservative states. Oh, 6 hours. This was 6 hours ago. Look at this. Crap. I have to. No. I don't know what. Oh. Yeah. Screw that. No thanks. I'll probably end up. All right. So, about 6 hours ago, this was written by the Sacramento Bee. Gavin Newsom vetoes California bill weighing transgender child acceptance in custody disputes. California Governor Gavin Newsom sparked outrage among the LGBTQ lawmakers by vetoing a bill that would have directed judges to consider parents' acceptance of children's gender identities in custody disputes. Announced late Friday, he had vetoed Assembly Bill 957 from Assemblywoman Lori Wilson from Sioux City. She's a Democrat, of course, which would have asked judges to weigh parental affirmation of a child's gender identity or expression along with the young person's health, safety, and welfare when determining visitation and custody arrangements. there's so much you know Ignorant Pet says, I wonder how that even got to Newsom. Pretty good on him for vetoing it, though. Yeah, you know why? Because he wants to run for president. He wants to take Joe Biden's place. Everybody wants Joe Biden out. They don't want him to run. But we don't want cackling Kamala Harris either as president. So you know. And she was probably lobbied a lot, okay? And plus, she's a Democrat. I mean, we can go on and on and on about this. Get in on the action. Oh. No chance against a previous sitting president. Listen, let's be blunt honest here. And if people don't think this, well, that's your opinion. But let me tell you something. Joe Biden, the way his mental capacity is, he's not running. He is not running the country. Somebody else is. And there's rumors going around, that Michelle Obama is going to run for president. Rumors, okay? I saw that. I don't think so. But there's a clip of Obama saying this. If he had a chance to run for president for a third term, right? But of course he can't, right? He would. But he said this in an interview, I think on 60 Minutes. On. Yeah, see? And it's fact checked, right? We know that. No. Just take a look, listen to this.
I have to also say that Africa's democratic progress is also at risk when leaders refuse to step aside when their terms end. Now, let me be honest with you. I do not understand this. I am in my second term. It has been an extraordinary privilege for me to serve as the President of the United States. I cannot imagine a greater honor or a more interesting job. I love my work. But under our Constitution, I cannot run again. I can't run again. I actually think I'm a pretty good president. I think if I ran, I could win. But I can't. So there's a lot that I'd like to do to keep America moving, but the law is the law. And no one person is above the law, not even the president. And I'll be honest with you, I'm looking forward to life after being president. I won't have such a big security detail all the time. It means I can go take a walk. I can spend time with my family.
Yeah, and he can spend more time with men. And, anyway, wait, that's not the video. Yeah, this is the piece right here. No, we're not gonna listen to the whole. This is the piece.
I've said this before. People would ask me, knowing what you know now, do you wish like you had a third term? And I used to say, you know what? If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats, looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. Wow. I'd be fine with that because I found the work fascinating. I mean, I write about the even on my worst days, I found puzzling out, these big, complicated, difficult issues, especially if you were working with some great people, to be professionally really satisfying.
Makes you think. Makes you think, right? I said that from the get-go, even before he said that. It's either the Obamas and or the Clintons and George Soros and other people in Congress, like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Nah, it's neither. The current policies Biden is pushing don't align with those two groups. Oh, they want one world government. Obama, back in 2017, and you can look it up, signed over, or oh, I'm sorry, no, not 27. Right before he left the presidency. Okay? He signed over the internet, control over the internet to the UN. And Biden even talked about a one world government. I could bring that all up too. They've been talking about that for years. And that comes right back around to this guy. It's all about control. I don't particularly see anything wrong with one world government besides it's impossible with how different people are. But that's why they're trying to control us. That's why they had the cell phones. That's why they want the vaccinated passports. Just listen to this guy. Just because it's all freaking true what he said. A breakdown of a nation takes about 30 years. 30. Okay? Just yeah. With different people, different nations, yeah. Yeah. But listen to this. Just listen. They have this all figured out. Trust me. And like I said, even back in 1954, if I can look up, I had to look up that document.
4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see, most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. Obviously they will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be the greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. for the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans. Thanks.
I really have to, like, I don't know how I'm gonna. I I've been for a couple years and stuff. I've always wanted a podcast, and it would be called. Oh, you here? Wait a minute. Job Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell yeah! My veins run on Java Monster. You know, booyah! Yeah, that's what we like to hear, right? But like, for a couple years and stuff, and I've told my husband this, I've told people on the stream this, I've told certain other people this, that I want to make a podcast. Well, actually, I wanted to make a couple of them, but the one would be called Rockets Blast Offs, and it's where I rant on politics, current events, and whatever. And I think because I'm so, and I would back the facts up with videos. I mean, I would really do my research, okay? I always do that. I just don't throw stuff out there and stuff. You know, I have to really, I have so many niches. It's like on the Queen of Battlefield, I like to play games. I like to do community things like Jackbox Party and all these games. All right, and I feel like well, I'm not big, but it's like I feel like when you talk about this kind of stuff as a streamer, people don't really take you seriously. You see, like Hassan or these other people, but they're kids. Most of them are kids. You know? My purpose for streaming from day one was I want to share my experience, strength, and hope with people about recovery, about mental health wellness. That they can have a good life. They can have a fun life. Life isn't going to be a bed of roses all the time. But, hey, I'm making it. Even though I still go through back pains and panic attacks still and depression and all that. That was my mission from day one. But there's another side of me where I want to talk about this stuff. And I would debate, I swear to God, I would smash Hassan to the ground with debating on this shit. Other streamers tend to be more mascara. Yeah, they only show one side. I've been saying that for years. They'll tell you anything you want to hear just for that money. With me, you're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the craziness. Okay? I'm not afraid to show my vulnerability. I've had panic attacks on the stream before. I've been in tears on the stream before. I've been raging mad on the stream before. I speak truth. I speak facts. And I will back up my facts. I would shut down Hassan in a second. No, and they don't want to get emotional with you. I remember like years ago, like when I got like PlayStation 3 and stuff like that. And I got close with a couple of people on PlayStation 3. Right? And I said, "Well, my name's, we were in a party together. Like I was in a clan, for COD and stuff on Modern Warfare 3 and stuff. And the leader his name was Pops, and he was an older guy. He was from Michigan. He actually worked for Harley Davidson. And I got really close to him because, he was like a father figure in a way. So anyway, we all got together in a party, and I said, my name's, Vicky, what's your name? And they're like, huh? What do you want to know my name for? I'm like, well, just to get to know you a little bit. And that's the thing too. When it's impersonal, when people call you by, say, Rocket Queen or by ignorant pastor or whatever and stuff like that, they'll play with you and they'll talk about superficial things with you, but when you talk about feelings or real deep stuff, you know what I mean? With me, you can talk to me about anything. And I have my moments. And they're like, talk about, what we were talking about before, like with the shooting, transgender shooting. I used to have a friend, and I say used to because I don't think she's my friend anymore. And her name was Joe Rockstar, and she's gay. Okay, she has that lifestyle. I don't care if she's gay or not. But that Friday, I said, well, did you hear about, I messaged her on Xbox. I said, did you hear about what happened in Tennessee and in Nashville with, this transgender shooter murdering 7 Christians? And she said, no, I didn't. No, I didn't know about it. I'm like, what do you mean? And that triggered me. I said, what do you mean you didn't hear about it? It's all over the news. Well, hold on, I'll look it up. And I went off on her. And then I just oh my. I really bashed into her. Like, bam, 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 bam. That story broke me. And I said some mean, crass, rude, despicable things to her. I'm not going to say what. But to be honest, I find my username to be more genuine than my real name. So for me, it's personal. Also, most people online don't watch the news. I don't watch any except to find points to research. Exactly. So for I need glasses. I had to wear my glasses. Though for most it is probably impersonal, as you say. Get in on the action. Oh. I like talking to people. I love meeting people. I like getting to know them. I like to have a lot of fun, laughs. You know, and like I said, I want to help people. You know, but you see more and more now because of what's going on in the world. More and more people are waking up. Like, what's going on here? What's going on over there? You know, and some people don't give a shit. Excuse the language. Because they're either fucked up on drugs or whatever. And people have no right to complain if they don't vote. And if they do vote for the wrong, say like what's going on in Portland, they voted for what's going on in Portland. They voted for that. So they have no right to complain on what they voted for. Now Portland, a lot of people are moving out of Portland. They're moving out of Crazy Town. Same with California, with San Francisco. Everybody's moving to Texas or wherever. Everybody's moving out from New York and New Jersey. I'm glad I moved out of Jersey when I did. It still affects me, though, what's going on there, because, I mean, you could take a girl out of Jersey, but you can't take the Jersey out of the girl. Interestingly, my brother actually moved to Portland. Since it's a point of contention, I'm interested in his opinion when he has been there for a year. How old's your brother? And why did he go there in the first place? I'm just curious. My son moved there. Actually, my son moved there, I guess 3 years ago or whatever, because my son was living with my mother, and my mom was going through a lot of health issues, and he couldn't take it anymore because he felt like he was the only caregiver. So he just up and left and moved to Colorado at first with his pansexual girlfriend. Boy, was that a train wreck. All right. And it was a bad situation in Colorado because it was his first place he ever moved into, whatever. So the landlord took advantage of them. So they moved up to Portland because that's where his brother-in-arms are, because, you know, he was really into, Chikara wrestling. You know, they got close and stuff. But then what happened was the guy, his brother, the guy that he moved in with and stuff, took the girl. Something happened, and the guy took the girl's side instead of Sean's. So he got kicked out. And so your brother's 35 and no idea. It seems that he wanted to get away from whatever weird political stuff was going on in Texas. Like the border crisis. But that's just going from bad to worse. But, right, live and learn. Then with my son, my daughter actually moved out, followed followed her brother out there. My daughter moved by my son, and then she's like, "Oh, I'm making so much more money now, but the cost of living is so high." Here in Oklahoma, well, it's getting worse. Well, in this, like in the city, but where we live and stuff, I mean, it's lower than what Portland is, and it's lower than what Jersey is. Right now, the property taxes in Jersey is $4,000 a year. Oh, I'm sorry, $12,000 a year. One of the highest states when it comes to property taxes. Here, and I shouldn't say it, our property taxes actually lowered. I don't know why, but it lowered. But well, I'll say it's a lot. It's like renting a room in Jersey. Or no, it's even cheaper renting a. It's even the property taxes is even cheaper than renting a room in Jersey. When I was in my addiction, I lived in Dover, New Jersey. That was the last crack house I ever lived in, right? And I had to pay $750 a month. My property taxes are lower, $500. Now, Texas has some weird voting restrictions going on and interesting opposing stuff. One such example is that they made a law that specifically eliminates election administrators in Harris County and none other. Are they combining the counties or something? Maybe that's it. Yeah, there's something fishy going on there. I don't. But they're trying to make Texas a Democratic state. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a blue state. That's why, all these people are just, it's an invasion. That's why they're allowing illegal immigrants to vote. No, it appears to be just closing the election office. Oh, all right. Well, there's another law that allows the Texas Secretary of State to order administrative oversight over a county elections office as well. Yeah, but isn't that with any state? It's like checking balances and stuff. Like with the U.S. government, we have checks and balances with the judicial, legislature. Well, that's the same thing. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah. It should be, I'm curious as to the extent. I'll look more into it. Judicial. All right, there's the executive branch, judicial, and legislature. That's the checks and balances. I've been out of school for a long time, guys, but I'm not and I did a lot of drugs in my day, and my brain's not fried. It might take me a couple minutes to go through my Rolodex, but there's nothing artificial with my intelligence. Ah. I just like playing around with AI that we haven't been doing. Just let's listen to the rest of this for a little bit. But I just want you guys to understand what this guy is saying is true. What's happening today, or what's been happening for years.
To lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. Obviously they will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda, When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control.
That is happening right now. That is happening right now. All what he said in this video is happening right now. And look at what the Biden crime family with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Look what and look at with Senator Menendez from New Jersey. Yesterday, he got indicted. His wife got indicted along with 3 other people with bribery charges. And this is the second, well, Jersey's corrupt anyway, okay? I come from a corrupt state, okay? We are the armpit of the union, okay? This is the second indictment he's got for bribery. Okay? The first time he got indicted, he was cleared. But now, the feds from New York, the DOJ from New York, found evidence with gold bars, with a lot of paper bills, along with a jacket that says Menendez and a safe deposit box. And he says, "Oh, I'm innocent. I'm innocent." Bullshit. You're not. You know, and the thing, they're so hungry for power. Just like with Mitch McConnell, and he's having his health problems, and he goes in these, these states where he just blanks out, and he's still holding on to the podium. You know why? He doesn't want to let go of the power. Just like with John Fetterman, he shouldn't even be in office, okay? Just like with Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein, and they just said that her assistant will be taking her place or something like that. So the law SB 1750 abolishes the position of elections administrator in Harris County. The bill gives management of elections and county clerk and tax assessor and collector. Excuse me. Both are Democrats, so maybe it's to put more pressure on those 2 positions, but it is curious. A curious situation. I need my glasses. But it is a curious situation that seems unnecessary. SB 1933 appears to be fine. It allows the state to monitor any irregularities that may occur in counties. Yeah, that's with any state. That's with any state. But look at what they're doing in Georgia, what they're trying to do with the voting there. I'll give you an ad break. Java Mantra is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell yeah! That's your ad break. But that's with any federal, I mean, it's with any county, state, federal. Look what happened when the 2000 election with George Bush and Al Gore. And it so happened that the recount happened in Florida, and that's where Jeb Bush, George Bush's brother, younger brother, was governor. Something's wrong there. I don't think it was a coincidence. So let's listen to. Oh, I haven't seen advertisements in years, but someone could possibly make an entire movie splicing military recruiting videos together. I was actually working on something with I have so many, you know what? I have so many projects that I'm working on, and it's overwhelming because when I go to Adobe, I edit stuff with Adobe, and I see all my things undone, uncompleted. It freaks me out. It really does, because it's overwhelming. And that's why when you're a streamer or content creator, you have to try to find a balance. I've been asking other content creators or streamers, like, how do you do it? I actually need a clock in this room, because I've been streaming now for 3 hours and 8 minutes. I don't want to go another 5. I'm trying to do that. I need a big clock in this room to say, okay, I start at, say, 10 o'clock in the morning, I end at 12 or 1 o'clock at the most. Because I just don't want to be streaming like that like I used to. I just gotten a handle on it by now, and I don't. Give me like 8 timers or one that shakes the desk. What? When you watch me and it goes off, you say it's over, Rocket, over. Well, maybe I should do. That's what they do in casinos. You know that, right? That's why they had no clocks or nothing. They'll have a lot of ATM machines, but they don't have no clocks, and they actually pump pure oxygen in casinos, and they give free drinks because they want you to stay there to lose your money. All these streamers are like, you have to have a schedule. You have to have a schedule. Okay. I run on my own schedule, and people, Casinos are yeah, they are. I just told you that. I want to put, if I had a kid, my kids are all grown. I told you that. But if I had a couple of kids, I wouldn't put them in school. I would homeschool them. And my husband would be the gym teacher. I don't think he would like that. But I would get him to be the gym teacher. And I would, I would be the school teacher. In fact, my daughter got adopted out of the family, but we still had contact with her or whatever. And I lost both my kids because of my addiction. My mom raised my son, and my daughter wasn't, because my mom couldn't take care of two kids financially or emotionally. So my daughter got adopted out of the family. Okay. And luckily, she was in the foster system for a little while, and I was trying to get her back. I went to rehab, all right, all that stuff. That's for another time. But her adopted parents are Democrats. And her father, her adopted father, ran for freeholder, county freeholder. Okay? He's an atheist. Her adopted mother is a vegan. I have a grandbaby living with them now because my daughter's. But you get what I'm saying. I want to have my kids in school. And they say parents are the terrorists now. They do raids on people that are Christian. That they maybe go and protest in front of a, say, abortion clinic and whatever, and they'll raid that. They'll raid that person. But yet they can't find who's a little baggie of coke. They know it was. They know. Even the president knows whose it was. But let's watch the rest of. We have about 5 minutes. Let's watch. Whoops. Well, parents and teachers are neither the perfect. So I think it's interesting balancing act. For those schools do need to be more Democrat. Parents have to be more involved in there are parents that are involved with their kids, like go to parent teachers conferences and go to PTA meetings and all that. But it's sad when there was a girl, okay, in Rockaway, New Jersey. This happened a few years ago. I think it happened in 2016. And this little girl killed herself because if I'm triggering anybody, okay, I apologize and stuff. If you have any thoughts, if I'm triggering you, please dial 988 for the Suicide Crisis Lifeline. You can always talk on here and all that. Talk it out. When you get it out, you'll feel much better. And if not, if you don't trust me, you can, try to call maybe a friend, relative, and stuff like that. Or, like I said, the suicide hotline at 988. In fact, no, we're not going to go. There was a little girl that did, kill herself because of bullying and stuff. And the parents went to the principal saying, can you, do something with this kid or these kids that are bullying our daughter? They didn't do anything. And they always blame the victim, too. And some of these board members are just volunteers on the school boards. Anyway, let's just listen to the rest of this and stuff, and then I really have to get off of the stream because I'm really over time and stuff. And we didn't do any AI. How about that? We were dilly-daddling with current events and world topics and demonic stuff. Anyway, let's listen to the rest of this. No, not at all. No, I love to be in a conversation that's thought provoking and engaging and all that stuff. You know what I mean? And like I said, instead of looking at our differences, we should really look at the common beliefs and morals and values that we have and what we want to accomplish with this country or with ourselves. And people just, they'll just throw their opinions out there and they just don't want to listen to anybody else. I just wish and before the stream I felt like going to say just chatting or like an IRL or whatever. Because when I talk about stuff like this, there's a few times where I have my stream on like podcasts and on here. What? But I would still game. But now I'm on AI art, the art category, and we're talking about politics and all that stuff. And actually, I felt like a couple hours ago or whatever, I felt like switching, from art to podcast. But I didn't do it. I don't, but oh well. But yeah, you can ask my husband, you can ask anybody that knows me. I love to flap my gums and just talk about things and all that. Hey! Yeah, well, there is a university degree, right? Political arts. So maybe I should write Twitch and say, since you have a category for body painting or whatever, or for ASMR or whatever, Why don't you have political arts? Political arts and science. How about that? Maybe I should go to the Supreme Court, and if they hold on, if they deny me, I could go to the Supreme Court saying they're suppressing my First Amendment rights. I would do that. I swear I would. I think it just chatting would be more debate oriented, and yeah, but there's so many people there. But like I said, I would smash Hassan to the ground in a debate. He's nothing but a spoiled brat. He feels self-entitled and arrogant and all that. And his audience is pretty much a real young crowd. And all that. Excuse me. But I think like maybe like a podcast or just chatting, yeah. But I but I don't tell you the truth. Like I've been telling people on the stream too. Like I don't know if I'll be staying on Twitch anyway because of certain things. I mean, certain streamers are gonna be certain streamers, or they're gonna do whatever they do. Okay, that's on them. But I just don't want to be representing Twitch if they have that kind of stuff. You know. But in reality, a lot of these kids rather go towards the negative or the cool, be a part of the cool crowd. But they're kids, right? But I think adults when it comes, actually, Bill Whittle, who I watch from time to time, he was in Hollywood as a producer and writer and director or whatever, and he has his a podcast on YouTube, but also he has a podcast on Twitch, and I think his podcast is called the Stratosphere Lounge. But he doesn't get many people either because he's older. I'm 21. I'm 21 with 31 years experience. 21 forever, baby. My husband said to me a while back, you and Bill Whittle look like, you could be like brother and sister because, sometimes when I wake up, my hair just stands up like really, weird. And all that. I might just go on Rumble. I don't know yet. I'm still thinking. All in God's time. Rome wasn't built in a day. So let's just finish this up real quick. I actually let's finish what we started with this, and maybe we'll hold on. We're just gonna click off, click off, click off, click off. I really want. I don't know when I'm going to do this, but Prong just came out with a few songs. And I love Prong, okay? They're one of my favorite groups. They're very political. And they just came out with a lot of good songs. So, so that's what we'll do. Maybe on Friday. But let's just, but just like I said, just have an open mind. This is an actual interview. It's been seen a lot of times and stuff. The first time I've seen it, right, I told you that this guy, this Yuri Bezmenov, part of his interview was on the trailer of Call of Duty's Cold War. And so I looked this guy up and I was like, oh my God, because their tagline in Cold War was know your history. So and this guy, and so this is before everything happened. Okay, what's going on in the present? And I took a whole, I can't find that notebook. I think I have it in my bedroom and stuff. But I took like that much notes, like a lot of pages from what this guy said. And I'm like, oh my God, this is what's happening now. Okay, so let's just finish this off real quick. All right, let me just back up. I'll start off 7 minutes.
Years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we'll sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
Except for Mars. Speaking of AI, you may like looking into Bing Chat on Microsoft Edge. It's extremely good at gathering information and facts. You can ask it to analyze articles. Oh, there's a thing called Freely that can scan all my articles. And they'll, it's a program for content creators. You know what? It can analyze articles, determine things like if an article is being more emotional language, using more emotional language, it does have the usual issues with AI. And that's the thing too. Like GPT, it they were, like, there was a point, this is like a few years ago, like, a content creator asked ask Alexa, excuse me, ad breaks. They're pushing it more and more, and that's why I just want to get off here. But like with a few years ago, a content creator asked Alexa, "Who is Jesus Christ?" Alexa didn't know, and a lot of Christians were complaining about it. Well, they put it in her memory bank or her database. Who is Jesus Christ? So yeah, you have, like I said, you can't get your news from Twitter. You can't get your news from Facebook. You can't really get your news from mainstream media because they all have their biases, right? You have to do your own research, even though it could be overwhelming and tiresome. But oh, it's over, right? The ad break. All right, so Pass is no need to watch it on stream. I think it's a practical, intriguing video. As the current video, it definitely is accurate and it goes both ways in that division form factor. I especially like his point about Americans not liking to hear. Yeah, and that's it. That's it. I'd rather be told the truth than lies. I love doctors or counselors that tell me the blunt, honest truth. I'm blunt, honest truth about you with my story about my life. My life's an open book to you guys. Except for 5%, because 5% I have a right to hold on to. Okay? But yeah, people would rather be told lies than be told the truth because it hurts so much. Oh, they don't want to feel bad. They don't want to feel. People don't want to feel anymore. Why do you think people are self-medicating and stuff? They don't know. They don't like what's going on in the world. They're paranoid that like the world's gonna blow up. Oh, the war in Russia and Ukraine. Oh, this and that, and oh, they don't want to think about that stuff. So they self-medicate, or they just play games all the time. They don't want to hear reality. They don't want to hear facts. Just like the guy says, if you show them all this facts, like I show you guys facts, right? And if you don't believe me, well, those are the facts. Just like if you confront an alcoholic saying, you're an alcoholic. And it's pretty much a denial process. But more and more people are waking up. They are saying, they are breaking free from, the brainwashing. But you have to do your own research. The government doesn't want you to be informed or educated or in the know what's going on in our government right now. Like I said, and he said, they rather demoralize you to get you all up with the drugs, self-medication, whatever, so you don't even care. I grieve for this world. My husband does too. But you guys, you have to realize it's not, it's a spiritual warfare. They're pushing out God. They're doing these things just to demoralize people. They're pretty much regulating drug use and homelessness when you really think about it, especially in Kensington. I mean, look at this. And they're on a drug called Trank. Okay? And it's also called gas station heroin. Okay? And it has fentanyl in it. So if somebody overdoses and stuff and the EMTs put Narcan in their nose and stuff, it's not gonna revive them. They're still gonna die from the overdose. Kensington. Yeah. But for the grace of God go I. Thank God I'm not like that. If I would probably been dead by now, okay? Dead serious. I should have been dead years ago. But God was watching over me and he gave me a purpose. But thank God I'm not like that. The government doesn't care. Just like in Canada with this assisted suicide. It's not just for medically or terminally ill people anymore. If you feel suicidal, hey, we'll help you out. If you can't afford, your shelter or food or whatever, we'll help you out. Doctors took an Hippocratic oath to help people, not to kill them off. It's demonic. Okay? And the only reason why they're doing it is to save the nation money. But I'm going to say this. And they're enabling addicts too, okay? And they're enabling mentally ill people by just killing themselves. And if I'm triggering you guys, please, you can always talk in the chat here with me, with others. If not, that's okay. Find somebody that you know that you can trust and you can call. Like maybe a friend, maybe your relative, maybe your neighbor. Or you could just call 988 with a suicide and crisis lifeline. Let me real quick. Let me just do this. I'll be right back, guys.
Hello. On behalf of Rocket Queen 71, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. If you are struggling with drugs, alcohol, and/or mental illness, please contact someone you trust or contact your local behavioral health center. If the situation requires immediate action, please call 988. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, provides free and confidential emotional support to people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, across the United States. No matter what problems you are facing, whether or not you are thinking about suicide, if you need someone to lean on emotionally, there's no shame in asking for help. You are not weak for asking for help. You're not alone.
God bless you. My husband just sneezed and stuff. Every time he sneezes, he sneezes 3 times in a row. Anyway, I want to thank you guys most of all for being here and stuff. You being here is more than enough. Okay? Like the PSAs, if you need to talk about what's going on with you, if you feel like you're suicidal, you can always dial 988 on your phone, or you can talk to me. I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor, but my schooling was the school of hard knocks. I've been through it all, baby. Almost all of it. Trust me. I have good insights, and if you're looking to get into a place and you're having problems with getting to a place, I'll be more than happy to advocate for you. Because by giving away my sobriety, my clean time, whatever, it helps me. So it's a win-win situation. Anyway, but so Ignorant Pet says it's interesting having multiple perspectives. Personality, I hate when they do this. I've only ever had 3 sips of alcohol my entire life. Well, good for you. That's okay. I mean, I'm 23. Yeah, sometimes the peer pressure, right? You have to stick with the good ones. I don't even remember 23. It's all a blur to me, you know. But it's interesting to have multiple perspectives. Personally, I've only had 3 sips of alcohol my entire life. I'm 23. I'm even way more statistically likely to be addicted to anything. Because of your parents? Because of your DNA, right? Is that what you're talking about? My father was an alcoholic, but I can't blame my father for my alcoholism and my drug addiction. He died when I was 16. My perspective is a very unusual one, even beyond that, like a completely external observer to most situations. Sometimes I wish I had other personal perspectives, but at least I have my own mix. You be you, honey. You be you, but have an open mind about things. Even at my age, at the age of 20, I'm younger than you. Wink, wink. I'm 21, remember? Have an open mind. Even at my age, and even when I'm in recovery, when it comes to certain medical stuff, I'll give you an example. I'm very hardcore. I smoke cigarettes, okay? But I'm very hardcore with not smoking pot, because I think that's like the opioid crisis and stuff like that. People take advantage of it. In Oklahoma, or it probably pretty much, and even in Jersey, I bet you if somebody broke a fingernail, they'll give you a green card. Okay? So, sorry, my cigarette went out. I do take medication. All right, but they're not addictive. And every time I go to the ER, even if I see the same doctor over and over and over again, I tell them I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011, and I do not have a medical marijuana card. Okay? I'm responsible for that. I'm very rigid. But sometimes when I take my medication, I'm thinking, "Oh, am I taking too much?" And I have problems with that. You see? Because I'm still an addict. I'm in recovery, but I'm not going to die from this disease. You understand what I'm saying? But as far as like having an open mind, if somebody is dying of cancer, right? Hold on. Sorry. I don't know why I keep burping. Excuse me. If somebody has a terminal illness, okay, like cancer, or maybe AIDS, or lymphoma, or what, and they're getting chemo or whatever, okay, I'm open-minded. Yeah, I agree that they should maybe have a little something like pot to maybe make them eat more, or just to, you know what I mean? When my father passed away when I was 16, he died in North Carolina. My mom and I went down there from Jersey to Greensboro, North Carolina, and he was dying. Okay, he was on his last legs. And my father told my mother, I laugh at this because my father called my mother before we went down to North Carolina, and my father said, before you come down, I want you to buy a carton of cigarettes. I want you to buy me a carton of Winston Lights. And my mom's like, well, you're in the hospital, Al. And he's like, no, they let me smoke up here. But buy the Winston Lights in North Carolina. Well, North Carolina, that's where Marlboro, cigarettes are made, and all that, because there's a big tobacco industry down there. So she said, okay. So she got my father a whole carton of Winston Lights. We went up to his room. First of all, and stuff, we got to his trailer. Very nice trailer. He had he overdid it. He had 3 rooms and stuff. It was a nice. I'm not gonna get into that. It was a nice trailer, okay. And the reason why he moved down there was because his mentor was a recovering Catholic priest. I mean, recovering alcoholic Catholic priest. And that's why he went down there. So anyway, so we went up to see him, and of course, before you think about how he's gonna look and all that stuff, and it's still a shock. Okay, we walked in his room, and I saw him, and actually, my father was laying in the bed naked, and my mom says, "Al, cover yourself up," because he was in so much pain from the chemo and from the treatments he was getting. It hurt his skin. Even just a light sheet hurt his skin. Okay? So my mom gave the carton of cigarettes to my mother. I mean, to my Oh my God. Brain fart. Bing! My mother gave my father the Winston Lights, the carton, and all that. And he like got the packet of cigarettes, and he would line them up on the hospital tray, and he would light it up, and he would put the cigarette down in his ashtray, let it burn down, and he wasn't even inhaling. And then he would, and that was it. So we visited for a while and stuff. I had to go to the nurse's station for something. And on the left side of the nurse's desk, there was beer, a can of beer, like, Budweiser, and a shot of, I guess, wild turkey or maybe Jack Daniels or whatever. And I was like, and I was looking, and I said, they can drink up here? And so this nice black woman, nurse, her name was Hattie. She was a sweetheart. And remember, I'm only 16 at the time. And I was on drugs, by the way, too. I said, they can drink up here? And she came along and she said, honey, they're on their last legs. We allow them to have a drink or two to pacify them. It's like a pacifier because they're not getting out of here alive, but my father never drank up there, as far as I know. I know about smoking cigarettes. And I'm surprised at that too, because like he didn't have oxygen or anything. I don't know. And he was dying of emphysema. He was dying of everything. And stuff. And so that made sense to me. So if it's controlled, and I'm talking about patients, people dying with cancer or a terminal illness, and they're dealing with the side effects of the chemotherapy and whatever, yes, I agree to that. Okay? But when it comes to, oh, my back pain and all that, no, I'm sorry. I'm on the with back pain, and yeah, I am on medication. Okay? Because people will debate me on that. Well, you're taking medication. This is all natural. The pot's all natural and stuff. What you're taking is all crap. You don't know what's in there. Well, you know what? Coke and heroin were natural too before they processed it. So, but when it comes to that, I have an open mind to that. But Kensington, this is one of the worst areas in the United States, along with San Francisco, Portland, L.A., New York City. All these democratic cities, they're all democratic. Gotta think. Ignorant Pest says the wild thing is that there are some very effective painkillers alternatives to opioids, but they are banned, presumably to protect medicine companies' money. Like kratom is addictive. Actually, I'm gonna tell you something. My nephew-in-law, not JJ, my nephew-in-law Jason overdosed on kratom. What? This is before I moved here, and he was in a coma for 30 days. Okay. So, it is addictive. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Oh, thank you. Do you see the Rocktastic and whatever? I had to fix I have a Nintendo thing. I put a lot of thought and effort into this room, but you know, listen, aspirin can be addictive. Okay? You might not get high off it or whatever, but aspirin can be addictive. Anything can be addictive. Streaming streaming can be addictive because of all the attention and the adrenaline rush and all that. Well, welcome back. But we're not gonna. I'm trying to find a short one here. Let's see. They said this is when they say it's live. It's not. Or maybe it is live. I just want. Well, we're going there. So but for the grace of God go I. I hope the pigeons don't die. I hope the pigeons don't die of an overdose. I'm just saying, I mean. Alright, let's just switch to the other camera. Nope. Did we go? Oh, this is members content. Alright, sorry. Excuse me. This was about a month ago. Here, 2 days ago. Look at that! Look at that! Zombified! And that car's from New Jersey, too, by the way. Right in front of the freaking car. Sad. If I had a kid on drugs, like I found out my kid was on drugs, I would drive them here. I would. Saying, this is what you're going to end up to be, or dead or in jail. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to... I don't know. We looked at this one, right? Yeah. coming to a city near you. I'm going to do this real quick, guys, okay? Okay? I have to when I see this. It's because, but for the grace of God go I. Thank God I'm out of that lifestyle. But I have to do this for these people. Hold on. Every night, these people are in my prayers. Portland's in my prayers. San Francisco, LA, Jersey, New York. Pretty much all the still suffering addicts and alcoholics and or people with mental illness. Okay? And I thank God every day. You can ask my husband this. Every day when I wake up, I thank God that I have another day clean and sober. I ask God to give me the strength and wisdom and courage to carry on through the day. To be positive. To have a good day. You know, my back is sometimes, But the government is regulating homelessness and is regulating this crap that's going on right now. They don't care. They want them dead. You know why? Do you know why they want them dead? I'll tell you. To save money. All these people are on welfare. Most of them. You know?
Homelessness remains an enduring and complex issue in America. Behind the alarming statistics and heartbreaking stories lie a multitude of interconnected causes that contribute to this societal challenge. One of the primary drivers of homelessness is the scarcity of affordable housing. As housing costs continues to rise, particularly in urban areas, many low-income individuals and families find themselves unable to afford stable and secure housing.
Excuse me. If people need to be given something, they need to be given help, not money, which includes a helpful orientation like food stamps should be going towards buying fresh. Yeah, but you know what I used to do? Do you know what I used to do? I used to trade my food stamps. Sometimes it would be like 2 for 1. Like if I gave them 2 save food stamps. And at that time, they had the booklets where you just tore it was like money. Then they turned it to the card. But you can still do shit on the card too. Yeah. I didn't care about eating. I want the drugs more than anything. There's more to that story and stuff, but I'm not going to talk about it now. But yeah, I used to get food stamps. And I would go down where I used to get my dope and whatever. And sometimes I would give them my food stamps. It would be 2 for 1. So if I got, say, $300 in food stamps, they would only give me like maybe $150 worth. And, you know, that's how it was. And if I ran out of food, well, there's always the soup kitchen. You know? I thought this was going to be... But you get the picture. Well, if you restrict what they can be used for, then it will lower the value, be less enticing to the dealers, and... No! It doesn't matter. Trust me, it doesn't matter. But see, if you went to a liquor store, you couldn't actually buy liquor. But there's ways of going around that too with the food stamps. Somebody will buy it for you with their money and they'll... It doesn't matter. You'll go to any lengths to get that fix. I went to almost any lengths to get that fix. The only thing I didn't do, but a lot of other my, drug associations did, was suck somebody's, if you know what I mean. I didn't do that. For some reason, I don't know. I'm not saying I had better. I was better than them, you know. Yeah. Even with housing. Well, all right. So with housing, usually there's a waiting list. Okay, if you and sometimes, you just don't walk into an office, say a housing authority or whatever, and say I want to sign up for housing. It's not like that. They'll put you on the list, but you're gonna wait 3 to 5 years to get on that list. And who knows, you might be dead by then, or in jail, or prison, whatever. But when you're on housing, when you're on Section 8, they directly give the say, apartment complex or your landlord the money. You have no, so that's a good thing. But if you have traffic coming in and out of your house, you know what? I think there's a problem. So sometimes people get raided or they get busted for drugs or whatever. And believe me, you will be kicked out. And they will check your police records and to see if you have a record and credit. I had, but they will say they will ask you on that app, and you have to be honest with them. And if you're not honest with them, you're pretty much screwed. But if you're disabled, if you're disabled, say you got into a car accident and whatever, and all right, and then say you went to a physical rehabilitation center and stuff, and you lost your apartment or your house or whatever, right? They will push you up the line. They will push you up the list as a priority. But they're not going to prioritize these people. Even if they went to rehab and a halfway house and all that, they're not going to help these people. And it's frustrating. It's overwhelming. And a lot of these people don't, like, even when you have housing and stuff, there's you can talk to so many people like I have, and it's like, I can't go to rehab because, I'm going to lose my house. I have to keep going to a job, like, say, labor ready or whatever. I have to find work and stuff. I have to do this. I have my dog. They use all these excuses and stuff. I've used excuses too. Okay? But you can't put anybody unless they defund the police. Defund the police. Right? This is what happens. The jails are overfilled anyway. Look what's going on in New York. A security guard from a store, because some shoplifter was going to stab him, kill the guy, right? He ended up in jail. But if, say the shoplifter killed the security guard, he would get off scot-free. Why? It's lawlessness. It says it in the Bible too about all this stuff. Look what happened to what's her face? That was on Who's the Boss? Alyssa Milano. I'll give you an example. Alyssa Milano. She used to play Sam on Who's the Boss, right? Back in the 80s and stuff, right? Then she went on to Charm and whatever. All right. Something's wrong with her, okay? But let's not go there either. So she lives in Beverly Hills in California, in the hills, whatever. Her house got broken into, and she was saying on social media, oh, defund the police, defund the police, defund the police, whatever, right? And then when her house gets broken into, but you said defund the police. These celebrities and it's it's a totally different world in Hollywood. You know? But well, the medical schools are changing their curriculum and stuff to liberal social justice warrior protocols. Actually, wait, I don't know if I could. It was the University of Michigan, I think. Oh. Here, hold on. Let me. No. 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 I'm trying to. It was like a school. I'll just put. Oh no, it's Minnesota. That's it. That was it. Wait, that's it. Minnesota med school. Somebody filmed it. I think it's right before they take the Hippocratic Oath or something. Here, this is it. This is it. This is it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. This is it. Just listen to this. Just listen to this. See how it might take me a couple flings around with my Rolodex, but I know my stuff, guys. I don't know everything, but I'm informed about a lot of these things. Hold on. So this is the University of Minnesota Medical School, and this is their oath. This is when they take the Hippocratic Oath.
With gratitude, we, the students of the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Medical School class of 2026, stand here today among our friends, families, peers, mentors, and communities who have supported us in reaching this milestone. Our institution is located on Dakota land. Today, many Indigenous people throughout the state, including Dakota and Ojibwe, call the Twin Cities home. We also recognize this acknowledgement is not enough. We commit to uprooting the legacy and perpetuation of structural violence deeply embedded within the healthcare system. We recognize inequities built by past and present traumas rooted in white supremacy, colonialism, the gender binary, ableism, and all forms of oppression. As we enter this profession with opportunity for growth, we commit to promoting a culture of anti-racism, listening, and amplifying voices for positive change. We pledge to honor all Indigenous ways of healing that have been historically marginalized by Western medicine. Knowing that health is intimately connected to our environment, we commit to healing our planet and communities. We vow to embrace our role as community members and strive to embody cultural humility. We promise to continue restoring trust in the medical system and fulfilling our responsibilities as educators and advocates. We commit to collaborating with social, political, and additional systems to advance health equity. We will learn from the scientific innovations made before.
You heard these words, right? You heard the words, right? Inequity, white supremacy, and this is a med school. If I had a kid in med school, see these people right, well, you can't. But see these people right here, well, you can't. Like right here, right where I'm like that. And if I was sitting there and he was reading this off, I would pull my kid out of that school and demand a refund. They're indoctrinating these future doctors. Gross, and distance medicine tends to be pretty poor and only used for social reasons. If it works, I hate when they do this. If it works, then that's fine. But just because its insistence is against the Hippocratic oath. Stream has been going on for 4 hours. You know that you want to be getting off early. Debates can be addictive. Drama can be addictive too. Yeah, I think we should cut it. I mean, just cut the stream. I haven't slept. I was up all night and whatever. But I enjoyed this conversation and stuff. I like to be challenged. I like to be, open-minded with certain things and whatever. You know? Yeah, 4 hours. Oh, God. We did talk about AI for a little bit. I have to change the title now. But, oh well. But, yeah, they shouldn't be teaching that. Can you imagine what monasteries are going through now? Because they have to be apostolized. Like, they have to, or ordained to be a minister and stuff. That would be something to go into, too. The wokeness is affecting everything. Even all the churches, and I'm not going to go into that. Especially with my church. My domination. Yep, AI all the way. No. Yeah, maybe, you know what? Mechanical bunny ad. What, is she keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going? Hey, that's AI, right? Mechanical Bunny. Yeah, I don't like I said, I'm still deciding what to do about my stream and or I was thinking. See, like I said before, I love interacting with people. I just don't like making videos and and talking about a topic and just put it up. I like to interact with people. And there's many a times where I didn't talk to anybody, Yeah. So I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. But the next time, if there is a next time, if you have anything to, if you have any interesting topics, which I know you do, I know you do, and stuff, we can do that. I think that would be pretty cool. Just like this stream, it was pretty cool. But thanks for being here. Just by being here is enough. And believe me, by Friday, you know what's gonna happen? Do you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna see a clock. Actually, you're gonna see a clock on the stream. I'm gonna have a clock. I'm actually gonna have a countdown when the stream starts. Not when like for the intro when it's like 3, 2, 1. Let's go. No. You're gonna see a clock on my screen. And when that time comes knocked out and stuff, that's when it gets off. The stream is off. I'm gonna ask my my nephew if he has a kill switch. Yeah, right. One of like a Felix cat clock. The classic Felix cat clocks that have the tail wagging and the eyes moving. No, I need it because for two stream when I came back on Twitch, all right, I was easing my way back, right? I said, well, I'm not gonna stream for like 5, 6 hours, 8, 10, whatever, right? I'm gonna just do it for 2 hours, and I did it. I did it. I really did for 2 days, and then after that, it just that's it. There's gonna be a clock with a loud buzzer. Like at a basketball game, they have the loud buzzer. Yeah. That's it. I'm gonna have a shot clock. But I bet you that won't even work either. My husband will say to you, she loves to talk. She never stops flapping her gums. Even when she sleeps, she talks in her sleep. No, I don't talk in my sleep. He talks in his sleep sometimes, but I don't. I know I don't. No, I really, because I'm gonna tell you some that it's unhealthy to have a stream that long, like for 8 hours, or for like, I think there's a Twitch streamer, a kick streamer that got into the Guinness Book of World Records recently, that he stayed up for about a total of a week. Wait, hold on. Kicks. Jeez. Yeah. Excuse me. Kick and Facebook streamer Primetime has achieved the world record for the longest continuous stream without sleep. This guy must have been on Adderall or something. Okay? Primetime, known for his streams, surpassed the previous record of 162 hours by streaming for an incredible 167 hours without sleep. So if it's, hold on, if there's 24 hours, 162. So that's 3, 9, nope, 8. That won't work either. So that's that. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, near. Right. There's a couple times I was awake for a week in my addiction, but I'm going to tell you something. My pain gets so, you can't tell. Sometimes you can. But my pain gets so bad where I can't sleep. You know what? And you ask my husband. There's been times where I would stay up for, and I told my husband, I said, you know what? You should be a timekeeper at a basketball game. Seriously, he should. Because he'll walk in and he'll say, you know you've been up for 42 hours, right? Or 34 hours, or 36 hours, or what? Okay, well, and the reason, and there's a point where, and actually sleep studies do this, or even rehabs do this, where you, to try to get back on a regular sleep schedule, you have to be up all night and all day until, say, 7 or 8 or 9. But sometimes when I get overly tired, I can't sleep. Is that strange? And my husband's, like, well, that's not normal, Vic. This is far from normal. I'm like, I know it's not normal, but just let me try to figure it out myself. I know it's not. I don't like when I get like this. And I'm not manic depressive either. It's all because of my pain and all that stuff. For a while, I was going to bed around like 11 or 12, and I wasn't streaming at the time either. I don't think. No, I wasn't. I would go to bed at 11 and 12, get up around 8:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, or whatever. And I was doing good. And I told my counselor, I said, but it always switches back. I don't know why, but it always switches back. During work days, it sucks because my sleep window will overlap, so I'll be getting less sleep. And plus, when it's daylight savings time, it screws everybody up. And sometimes I take a anti-anxiety medication called Visceral, and I'll take like 2 or sometimes 3. And the counselors know this, by the way. I take 3, and it's 50 milligrams and stuff. And sometimes, I mean, that, and then plus with the pain medication I'm on, it knocks me out. Right now they're more worried about the Biden crime family. They said they were gonna, abolish it, just banish it, but they haven't done it yet. We'll see. They did for the war. That's why they did it like that. But anyway, I am getting off. And I said that, 2 hours ago? An hour ago? Whatever. But, ignorant past. Thank you very much. I enjoyed our conversation. I'm sure if you see me on, drop in, we'll talk. 2 hours? Make it 3. Let's make it 3 hours, huh? But yeah, thank you very much by having a dialogue with me and just chatting about politics and all that good stuff. And it's been a pleasure. It really has. And I hope to see you soon. And with that, guys, if you know somebody that's having a hard time in life as far as drugs and alcohol and or mental illness, please reach out to them and show them that you care. Talking is for free, guys. And be the light in the world and not the darkness, because you'll get lost in the darkness. You'll see better in the light. You have a good day, ignorant pest. And with that, I'm Rocket Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters. I'm signing off. Oh, and before I sign off, I'll give you a little treat. If I can find it, that is.
Oh, I am a born bird and as proud as I can be.
I did join the Army, but I joined a different Army. I joined the one with the condos and the private rooms. What? No, really, my recruiter, Jim Ballard, told me that...
I don't care what your lousy recruiter told you, Benjamin. Now, I'm telling you, there is no other army.
Excuse me, sir. Is green the only color these come in?
Come on, move it, Benjamin. I don't want to see you stop running unless you collapse, faint, or puke.
Has anybody ever died from basic? I want to wear my sandals and I want to go out to lunch. I want to be normal again.
I just can't believe that you were in this army.
Well, if I knew you better, I'd show you my dog tags.
How much better?
Glory, glory, I'll be falling through the sky. Glory, glory, I am not afraid to die. Glory, glory, I'm as proud as I can be. Colonel Thornbush made a man out of me.
Dismiss!